and rooted with wisdom. It gives enterprises the wings to soar. Builder, a divine symbol of protection, balance, and renewal. Asrek, Uttama Bhavishyasya Krute Punarnirmanam.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय
హలో విజిబుల్ సార్ వినిపిస్తుందా? ఓకే గుడ్, నైస్, వెరీ నైస్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. కామాక్షి అంబ కంచి కామాక్షి. సార్ అంతటా వినిపిస్తుందా? ఓకే గుడ్, ఓకే తీసేద్దాం చాలు.
This, hey, chick this, hey, 1 2 this. Hello, chick this, hey, 1 2, chick 1 2 this, hey, hello, chick 1 2 this.
साउंड चेक. थोड़ा सा रिवर्ब ऐड करेंगे, बहुत थोड़ा सा. चेक चेक साउंड चेक. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shifali Saxena, and it is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to the formal launch ceremony of the new logo of Asterisk India Limited. Today marks a significant milestone in the journey of Asterisk, an institution that has consistently contributed towards strengthening India's. थोड़ा सा और बहुत compact हो रही है voice. थोड़ा सा reverb और add कर दीजिए. Check check. मतलब बेस बहुत अच्छा है, थोड़ा सा बस. Today marks a significant milestone in the journey of Asterisk, an institution that has consistently contributed towards strengthening India's financial ecosystem through transparent, responsible, and effective asset reconstruction and resolution. Let us join together in this solemn moment of pride and unity. Established in 2004 under the Sarfaisi Act, Asterisk India Limited has emerged as one of India's respected asset reconstruction companies committed to enabling banks and financial institutions to efficiently manage stressed assets while reinforcing confidence in the financial system. Thank you so much. Perfect. बस अब यहीं पर ही close कर दीजिएगा. Okay? Thank you. everyone. Can I request the media people who are there, can I request them to step out of the hall and kindly register themselves so that we can proceed for the further ceremony. Thank you for being here. We are just waiting for the guests and the chief guest to arrive, and we'll be starting very soon. I request media guests once again to kindly step out of the hall and register themselves. Thank you. पीलू आप रख दो वापस. पता है मुझे. Good morning, everyone. Can I request everyone to be seated, please? And keep your phones on the silent mode. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri M. Nagaraju ji, is already here. So we'll be starting the ceremony soon. Can I request everyone to please take your seats? Namaskar and a very warm morning to everyone present here. Let us join together in this solemn moment of pride and unity as we honor our nation. May I kindly request all dignitaries and guests to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Namaskar and a very warm good morning once again to all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shefali Saxena and it is my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to the formal launch ceremony of the new logo of Asterisk India Limited. Today marks a significant milestone in the journey of Asterisk, an institution that has consistently contributed towards strengthening India's financial ecosystem through transparent, responsible, and effective asset reconstruction and resolution. Established in 2004 under the Sarafesi Act, Asterisk India Limited has emerged as one of the country's respected asset reconstruction companies, committed to enabling banks and financial institutions to efficiently manage stressed assets while reinforcing confidence in the financial system. Over the years, Asterisk has evolved with resilience, professionalism, innovation, and strategic foresight, values that are beautifully reflected in the organization's new visual identity being unveiled today. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri M. Nagaraju ji, IAS Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. We also extend our warm welcome to distinguished dignitaries, shareholders, institutions, former board members, representatives of banks and financial institutions, members of the media, and all esteemed guests present here today. Your gracious presence makes this occasion truly special. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed with the introduction of dignitaries and ceremonial felicitation. So we have from Department of Financial Services, the dignitaries, we respectfully welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri M. Nagaraju, IAS Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. Thank you for giving your precious time to us, sir. We also warmly welcome Mrs. Neelam Agarwal, Director, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. Thank you for giving your time and your auspicious presence. Can I request Neelam? We warmly welcome the shareholder institutions Shri Ashish Pandey, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India, Shri Rajneesh Karnatak, MD and CEO, Bank of India, Ms. Sudha Srinivasan Iyer, representing LIC, Shri Ajay Agarwal, FGM India Bank, Indian Bank, New Delhi, Shri Sanjeev Kumar, DGM, SAM, Indian Bank, New Delhi. Can we all put our hands together? Because we are very grateful that these eminent personalities have graced this occasion with their precious time, efforts, and their presence. We also honor former board members and distinguished guests, Padma Bhushan Shri V.K. Shunglu, IAS retired, former Comptroller and Auditor General of India and former Chairman of ASREC. We welcome Professor Dr. N.L. Mitra, eminent academician and former director of ASREC. Shri Mukund Manohar Chitale, former president of ICAI and former director of ASREC. भारतीय संस्कृति में दीप प्रज्वलन की परंपरा किसी भी शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत का प्रतीक है। ये अज्ञानता और अंधकार को मिटाकर ज्ञान, सकारात्मकता और दिव्यता के प्रकाश को आमंत्रित करने का एक पवित्र प्रथा है। May I now respectfully invite our dignitaries for their ceremonial lamp lighting. Shri M. Nagaraju, IAS Secretary, DFA, Ministry of Finance. Mrs. Neelam Agarwal, Director, DFS, Dr. K.P. Krishnan, IAS retired, Padma Bhushan Shri V.K. Shunglu, IAS retired, Shri Girish Sharan Sinha, Shri Ashish Pandey, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India, Shri Rajneesh Karnatak, MD and CEO, Bank of India, and Ms. Sudha Srinivasan Iyer from LIC, and Shri Ajay Agarwal, FGM, New Delhi. Can I request to kindly grace the dais and proceed for the lamp lighting?
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते.
To invoke auspicious beginnings for today's ceremony, let us begin with the sacred Sanskrit invocation. Astoma Sadgamya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamya, Mrityorma Amritam Gamya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shantihi. O Lord, lead us from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, and from mortality to immortality. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for this auspicious commencement. And thank you so much for all the dignitaries for doing the honors of lamp lighting. Our next speaker has played. I would like to now introduce the Managing Director and CEO, Asterisk India Limited, that is Shri Girish Sharan Sinha. He has played a pivotal role in shaping Asterisk's strategic vision and strengthening its position within India's evolving ARC ecosystem. With extensive expertise in stressed asset management and financial markets, he has been instrumental in driving strategic acquisitions, operational excellence, institutional growth, and technology-led transformation within the organization. Everybody, please put your hands together as I take this honor to invite Shri Girish Sharan Sinha, Managing Director and CEO, Asterisk India Limited. A warm welcome on the stage, sir.
Good morning to our all distinguished guests. At the outset, I extend my warm and respectful welcome to our chief guest, Sri M. Nagaraju sir, Secretary, Department of Financial Service, Ministry of Finance. I further would like to extend my warm welcome and respectful welcome to our former chairman and former CAG of India, Padma Bhushan V.K. Sunglu sir. I further extend my warm welcome to our current chairman and ex-secretary from Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship Development, Dr. K.P. Krishnal. At the same time, I also want to extend my warm welcome to Neelam Prasad ma'am, who is currently the director in the Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance. To Ashish Pandey sir, MD, Union Bank of India, to Rajneesh Karnatak sir, MD, Bank of India, and all our former board member, current board member, my colleagues, other distinguished guests, member of media, and all the other stakeholders who are present here to witness this occasion. Today is indeed a historical and memorable occasion for Asterisk India Limited. This event is not merely the formal launch of the Asterisk logo, it represents a renewed institutional identity and reflects the company's journey, resilience, and commitment towards strengthening the asset reconstruction ecosystem in the country. This occasion becomes even more special because for perhaps the first time in the company's almost 22 years of journey since its inception in November 2004, we are honored to have almost all the architect or pillar who have contributed significantly in shaping and guiding Asterisk over the year. I take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the Department of Financial Services for its continued guidance and support. The very idea of establishing an ARC with government participation and institutional credibility has today evolved into a trusted and professionally managed institution. I also welcome and acknowledge the invaluable contribution of our shareholder institution, Bank of India, Union Bank of India, Indian Bank, LIC, and Deutsche Bank, whose continued support and confidence have strengthened the company growth journey. I would like to place on record our deep appreciation for our former board members led by former chairman Sri V.K. Sunglu sir, N.L. Mitra sir and Chitle sir, Prabhakar sir, whose vision and guidance helped to build the strong institutional foundation of ASREC. They have carried this company in all ups and downs for more than 2 decades. I also would like to place my gratitude to our current board and led by Dr. K.P. Krishnan sir. The company continues to move forward with renewed vision, governance, strength and strategic direction. His guidance has been instrumental in shaping the company's present growth trajectory and definitely the main guiding force behind today's event. Now I'm pleased to share the journey of ASREC so far. ASREC has recently achieved the milestone by meeting the enhanced net own fund requirement of rupees 300 crore prescribed by the RBI. This milestone has been achieved through continued support from our shareholder and reflect the confidence reposed in the company's governance standard and operational strength. Since its commencement of operation in 2004, ASREC has acquired an asset from various banks, it is including public sector bank, private bank, cooperative bank, NBFC, ARC, HFC, and number of institutions of such institutions more than 50 in number. 15 different such financial institutions from where we have acquired amount of around 4,800 crore of NPA with a principal outstanding of around 15,000 crore. Against that acquisition of 4,840, we have almost recovered 3,030 crore with a current AUM of around 2,350 crore as on 31st March 26. The company has built a strong relationship with bank and financial institutions across the sector and remain particularly focused on the MSME segment, in line with the broader national objective of supporting entrepreneurship and economic growth. The ARC has evolved from the earlier 595 structure to the present 1585 structure with the increased involvement responsibility for ARC. Throughout this regulation change, ASREC has consistently followed a disciplined, resolution-focused approach acquisition strategy rather than merely pursuing and building an AUM growth. During the 595 era, while the industry redemption levels generally ranges between 30 to 40% as per the market report, ASREC achieved an approximately redemption ratio of 82% in that era as well. The company's performance under the subsequent 1585 structure has been even stronger, and for the account acquired on 100% basis with or without support of QB, the redemption is almost 100%. ASREC transparent, prudent and result-oriented approach has enabled it to emerge as a trusted and dependable partner for bank, financial institution and definitely for the investors. I also proud to share that ASREC has remained an all-time profit-making institution since inception, reflecting prudent financial management, strong governance practice and sustained operational discipline. Company's performance in challenging time, which includes COVID-19 pandemic, when the financial sector faced unprecedented challenge, ASREC continued to perform strongly and support the banking system through acquisition and resolution of stressed assets so that they can clean up their balance sheet and focus on their core business. At the same time, company remained deeply committed to the employees' welfare through staggered working arrangement, necessary support measure and financial assistance at the time of need. I am also proud to share that ASREC remained committed not only to financial and institutional objective but also to its social responsibility. The company has actively undertaken CSR initiative in the area of education, healthcare and welfare of underprivileged community, particularly in tribal and scheduled tribal areas. These activities include construction of school infrastructure, girls hostel facility, support for tribal student by for their commuting to the school, provision of limbs and caliper for differently abled person. Through this effort, ASREC continue to contribute meaningfully towards social development and community welfare. Before I conclude, I once again express my gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed dignitaries, shareholder, former board member, colleague and all the stakeholders for their continued support and guidance to ASREC. I also take this opportunity to thank every employee of ASREC whose dedication, commitment, and hard work continue to drive the organization forward. With this word, I once again welcome all of you and thank you for gracing this important occasion of the company with your presence. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Girish Sinha, for such a powerful welcome address. And now I would like to request the Company Secretary of ASREC India Limited, Srimati Chaya Patel ji, for addressing all of us. So, a warm welcome on the stage, ma'am.
Namaskar. A very good morning to everyone present here. On this significant occasion, I would like to briefly speak about the work environment at ASREC, particularly with respect to inclusiveness and role of women in the organization. As rightly said, a working environment is not just a place we go to. It's where ideas grow, confidence build, and career take shapes. At ASREC, we firmly believe that strong institution is built on the foundation of professionalism, mutual respect, and an equal opportunity, and a teamwork. A healthy work environment is one where employee feels valued, safe, respected, and encouraged to contribute meaningfully. Such an environment not only enhances productivity, but also strengthen institutional trust and accountability. ASREC continue to foster an inclusive and women-friendly work environment where employees feel safe, respected, and are provided equal opportunity across the organization. Women professionals actively contribute in leadership and decision-making roles, supported by employee welfare measures. However, balancing a professional responsibility can sometimes be challenging for a woman. However, encouraging progress is being seen in leadership and decision-making opportunity across the institution. At ASREC, a culture of encouragement, mentorship, and professional growth enable women to contribute confidently and take leadership responsibility with dignity and independence. As the ASREC moves forward with a renewed identity and the vision, we remain equally committed to strengthening our institutional values and people-centric culture. As ASREC continue to foster an environment where women can grow, lead, and contribute meaningfully. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Srimati Chaya Patel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my absolute privilege to invite an eminent statesman and institution builder whose contribution to governance and public administration continues to inspire generations. Padma Bhushan Shri V.K. Shunglu, IAS retired, former Comptroller and Auditor General of India, and first and former Chairman, ASREC India Limited. Padma Bhushan Shri V.K. Shunglu, IAS retired, is a distinguished former civil servant and eminent public administrator who served as the 9th Comptroller and Auditor General, CAG of India, from 1996 to 2002. A 1962 batch IAS officer of Madhya Pradesh cadre, he held several senior positions in the Government of India. Post-retirement, he headed several high-level committees and advisory bodies constituted by the Government of India, including the well-known Shunglu Committee, relating to governance and public accountability that matters. In recognition of his distinguished public service, he was conferred with the prestigious Padma Bhushan in 2019. Shri V.K. Shunglu has also served as the former chairman of ASREC India Limited for 2 decades and has played an important role in strengthening the institution through his guidance and governance leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put a huge round of applause as I take this opportunity to invite Shri V.K. Shunglu. Namaskar, sir, and a very warm welcome on the stage.
Chief Guest, Secretary Financial Services, Chairman SREC, Chairpersons of Bank of India, Union Bank, Indian Bank, our shareholders. I speak on behalf of my colleagues who are here, Dr. Mitra and Mr. Chitle. Unfortunately, I believe Mr. Prabhakar was not able to make it today. So let me start by talking a little about what happened when I was holding the same post as someone present here, Ms. Neelam Agarwal. So that was in 1972. If I recall correctly, and I think I checked with someone, Mr. Gopalakrishnan was at that time the chairman of Indian Bank. Mr. P.F. Ghatta, who I knew extremely well, was chairman of Union Bank, and Mr. Saxena was chairman of Bank of India. So that was the lineup with whom I started to react as the government put together the architecture of the financial sector between 1972 and perhaps about 1980. I'd say that not many changes took place after 1980. That architecture had one very important element which regrettably today, probably copying the, what should I say, the elephant in the room, America, we gave up in between 1990 and 2000 when we dismantled the term lending institutions. The term lending institutions played a huge role in as much as banks from 1976 onwards had begun to finance the long-term needs of industry. It was only a question of fine-tuning the maturities, and the very first case where this happened on a very large scale was SPIC, a large conglomerate in Chennai became sick. They needed money. It was put together by the term lending institutions, even though the finances came from the banks. My feeling is that some of the difficulties on non-performing assets which the banks face today is because of the fact that they are tasked to do a job for which they are not entirely equipped, can't be equipped, nowhere in the world are they equipped. Proper project appraisal. That kind of job has always been the realm of the public sector term lending institutions. If anyone comes close to that, it are institutions such as the Exim banks. But other than that, this function, which in the name of liberalization, in the name of aiding and abetting the American banks was given up globally, I think is a very, very important part of the financial sector architecture, which has been needlessly dismantled. It's all very well to say that they didn't have the kind of money we needed, but we certainly needed the kind of expertise that they had. And that today is unfortunately missing. But let me not labor the point and go on to what SREC has been doing. Arguably, we are not only, let us say, salvaging the non-performing assets, we are positively adding value. How do we do that? How did we do that? Banks have been lending on a very large scale to consumers. I think there's no motorcycle in India which goes to the customer without a bank intervention. It's all intermediated by the bank. And inevitably a very large percentage or number of motorcycles, loans, and things like that, buses, become non-performing. Now the problem with those assets is they are very hard to resolve. They have a very short shelf life. But SREC, because to praise SREC is nimble on the feet, can resolve them. We've taken many, many portfolios of banks which were all consumer loans. We took some in Delhi, and I remember that how there were some 40 or 100 buses parked in Gurgaon, which could be resolved because we used that window of opportunity where they still had considerable value, where they still could be sold for a better price than if they had been sold as junk. And they have a habit of becoming junk very fast. It's all very well to say, no sir, we had a chowkidar, they were in a compound. But the fact is you cannot stop the rot which is taking place. That's the law of nature. You can't expect banks. That's not how they are designed. That's not what they were made for. To be pursuing those loans, it's not worth their while. They won't recover their cost. But SREC can do it, has been doing it. And this is not the only case. I don't want to again take too much time on that. SREC is able to resolve assets to the advantage of the economy in as much as those assets have life. What has died is the cap you wear, the legal framework under which those assets were owned. So all along there is a distinction between the legal framework and the physical entity, and this framework allows you to get rid of the legal framework, take off the cap and do the rest. It's not an easy thing to develop. I don't say I did any great work in developing it, but SREC today, I think, is a pioneer institution in doing that. Now, this has given a unique characteristic to SREC which needs to be preserved. And that characteristic can only be preserved if we have a small board, which we do have, and an independent existence. So without that kind of independence, where Girish sometimes bothered to inform me, but most of the time he acted first and informed me later. That's how things work. That's the only way it works. And though I have never talked to KP about this, I'm sure that this is how he works. Act first, inform later. Otherwise, it's too late. I was very happy to hear that more capital is being provided to ASREC, and that's a very good thing. But equity is a very, very expensive way of financing. I don't see any reason why for some time banks have virtually been told not to lend money to ASREC. Without bank financing, all that happens is that the cost of funds go up. With bank financing, the cost of funds which we employ for purchase and resolution is much better, and the return on equity by the same token is much better. And I think someone mentioned that I was doing DPS school and so on, and I was reminded of a couple of guys who have a DPS school and also have a non-banking financial license. And I know that he is borrowing from the banks at 12 to 14%. I know that he is lending to small customers, 2 lakhs or so, at 24%. And all his book debts are financed by the bank. So if he is rendering a public service, I think that ASREC at least can't, ASREC book debts are not inferior and should not be a reason why it can't be financed. So ASREC backed debts certainly, rather ASREC book debts are very legitimate security for bank finance. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I recall that the ship of banking has remained steady at credit deposit ratio of 62 to 63%. So if you have cash lying around there and there are opportunities to lend, and I don't see any reason why customers such as ASREC should be kept out. So I'm not here really to pursue this thought either too much, because that would be advocacy, and I don't want to certainly do that. And perhaps I was told that I would be allowed some 4.5 minutes, and regrettably I've already exceeded that. So thank you very much for calling me and for listening to me so patiently and for honoring me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Padma Bhushan Shri V.K. Shunglu ji, for such inspiring words. And ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is again a distinguished economist, policy thinker, and former senior IS officer whose contribution to public policy and financial governance has been remarkable. Let's put our hands together for Dr. K.P. Krishnan, IS retired, Chairman, ASREC India Limited. Dr. K.P. Krishnan, IS retired, is a distinguished former Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1983 Karnataka cadre, with over 37 years of experience in public administration, economic policy, finance, governance, and institutional development. He retired from service as Secretary, Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India in December 2019. He also served in various senior roles in the government of Karnataka and the World Bank. He presently serves as the chairman of Asterisk India Limited and continues to contribute significantly to the areas of governance, financial sector reforms, public policy, and institutional development. And it's my honor and privilege to invite him to address to the gathering. Everyone, please put your hands together. Namaskar, sir, and a warm welcome on the stage.
Thank you, Shefali ji. Morning to all the distinguished guests who have accepted our invitation and have joined us today. Let me join Girish in extending my warm greetings to the chief guest, my former colleague in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Nagaraju, at present Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, MD, Bank of India, Mr. Rajneesh Karnatak, MD, Union Bank of India, Ashish Pandey, Sudha Iyer, Madam, Chief of Investment from LIC, Mr. Ajay Agarwal, FGM, Indian Bank, who are all representatives of our very supportive key shareholders, other distinguished invitees from the banking industry and all the other stakeholders here. Once again, my greetings to all of you and thanks for being here. The formal purpose of our gathering today is to launch the new logo, and Sir Mr. Shunglu would recall the work on a logo had begun during his time. It took us a while, but we've finally reached the stage of launch. We sort of discovered in the process a lot of legal issues relating to how does one register a trademark, a patent, and it's quite a process. I'll not waste your time except to say that the ostensible purpose is the logo, but exactly like my preceding speaker, Mr. Shunglu, did, I thought we'd take the opportunity to spend a few minutes on looking back at what I think is an important subsector of the financial sector, namely the asset reconstruction part of the Indian banking system. All of you present here would know that the origins of the ARCs actually go back to the Narasimham Committee. When it recommended many measures on banking sector reforms, it clearly highlighted the need for a specialized institution, something that Mr. Shunglu referred to in terms of the skill sets, in terms of attitudes that are required, and sort of liberating, quote unquote, banks from performing this and concentrate on their core activity of credit creation, appraisal, etc., and create and put in place an improved recovery mechanism for greater capital efficiency in the economy. And after a while, it led to the Sarafesi Act of 2002, and the legal framework for ARCs came into being. And it is my belief that since then, ARCs have played an important role, a critical role in supporting the resolution of non-performing assets and clearly contributing towards financial sector development in India. ARCs today are an important part of the financial system, and I think in fulfilling this role that has been given to them, they face a few challenges, and taking advantage of the presence of Mr. Nagaraju and Neelam, I just want to add to what Mr. Shunglu said, a few operational legal challenges like litigations, enforcement delays, valuation complexities, and increasing size of stressed assets and NPAs in the banking system. This is one factor that we need to keep in mind. Second part relates to the scale and capital strength of ARCs. Many ARCs even today operate with a small capital base, and larger, better capitalized ARCs would be effective and I think are a necessity. The third challenge is something that Mr. Shunglu spoke eloquently about. I don't want to dwell on it. This funding and capital raising challenges is something that we need to address sooner or later. But in addition to what he said, I want to spend just a couple of minutes on this perception challenge, which seems, at least as an outsider, that's my feeling, that seems to color the views of the regulator and the government on financing of ARCs. I think in a lot of quarters, this is seen as a potentially conflicted situation in the sense that stressed assets are acquired using borrowings sourced from banks and are used to resolve stressed assets of banks. So prima facie, it looks like a conflicted situation. I think we just need to understand that eventually a lot of financing in the economy will come from the banking system, exactly for the reason that Mr. Shunglu mentioned. Depositor base access to CASA provides a source of funds which, when blended with equity, will reduce the cost of all of these activities less. So I think we need to move beyond this very superficial understanding of conflicts, and perhaps in the wonderful initiative that you managed to launch in the budget, namely banking sector reforms that will be dealt with by an expert committee, maybe we should look at some of these issues. It's just a thought. I don't want to take more of your time and talk about this notion of a sponsor, the shareholding regulatory challenges. We have navigated some of these thanks to your help, but it's something we need to keep in mind. I just want to also use this opportunity and talk about one small elephant in the room. You referred to the large elephant in the global room called the US, but the small elephant that I want to talk about is the need for, quote unquote, a public sector character ARC. The nature of this activity is what led in 2004 to a deliberate decision that we need a government-controlled other company, as is the current jargon for such entities, to be in this space. It is a difficult area for public sectors to operate, and hence the design that we see now, an institution which is legally not a government company, but still has an umbilical cord connection with Government of India, so has access to Government of India advice, Government of India counsel, but yet nimble-footed in exactly the manner that Mr. Shunglu described. Ability to operate quickly, but at the same time, the ability to reach out to government when needed was a deliberate design. It was not, as some people would think, something that fell through the cracks. This was consciously designed. Keeping that in mind, I think we need to figure out, in today's context, are there ways in which this can be improved upon, this can be worked better. So, to add to what Mr. Shunglu said, we need to figure out ways in which we try and preserve this difficult balance of relationships with government and yet the ability to operate in a market which requires quick action. And we owe this culture, this structure to our founding board, to start with Mr. Shunglu, and I'm glad we've Mr. Chitle and Dr. Mitra, who guided this institution from the very beginning in institutionalizing this twin character, public sector in mind, but private sector to the extent possible in operation. And I want to assure you, sir, and Dr. Mitra and Mr. Chitle, that with my current colleagues, Mr. Vijayendra, a very senior central banker, Mr. Vijay Kumar, another very seasoned public sector banker, Madam Mallika representing LIC, Madam Maya from the Indian Bank, other institutional nominees who have not been able to join. I think, sir, we are continuing the good traditions that all of you had put in place, and with the help of the other managers and ASREC, we are sort of in the same path that you laid for us. Before I conclude, I want to just say a few words on the logic behind the logo. You will get to see it soon after Mr. Nagaraju launches it. All of you are familiar with the long-standing Indian tradition of the sort of importance attached to Bilva. The Bilva Patra is associated with Lord Shiva, as you all know, and represents knowledge, decision-making, action, healing, and rejuvenation. In a sense, reflecting all of the roles that an asset reconstruction entity performs. And we thought it would be appropriate for a body like ASREC, which is in revival and reconstruction of stressed assets, to reflect all of these qualities. In a sense, the triangle that you will now launch signifies balance, reliability, and institutional strength. The slogan that we've adopted, Uttama Bhavishyam Krite Punar Nirmana, namely, reconstructing for a better future, reflects ASREC's commitment towards revival, value restoration, and sustainable economic growth. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for being present here, and I would be remiss if I did not mention the very strong and serious leadership that Nagaraju displayed in helping us reach where we are today. Reaching the target that the Reserve Bank of India had correctly set, namely net owned funds of 300 crores, would not have been possible but for the clear help that you and your colleagues provided and the magnificent response from our shareholders. I'm glad that Mr. Pandey, Mr. Karnatak, Madam Iyer and Mr. Agarwal are present today. We assure you, Nagaraju and other shareholders, that we will make sure that the Reserve Bank of India prescription of reaching 300 CRs, but within the newer concentration norms of individual shareholding reaching levels below our current levels will be done. And it is truly my privilege to thank you and be able to take advantage of your presence for the launch today. Once again, thanks to all of you and look forward to continued cooperation.
Thank you, Dr. K.P. Krishnanji, for such a promising address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the most awaited and defining moment of today's ceremony, the formal unveiling of the new logo of ASREC India Limited. Our logo is not merely a visual identity. It embodies an institution's philosophy, values, aspirations, and future vision. We have with us our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri M. Nagaraju, IAS Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. Shri M. Nagaraju is a distinguished Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 1993 batch belonging to the Tripura cadre and presently serves as the Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He assumed charge as Secretary DFS on 19th August 2024. He has also served important positions in the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, and as advisor to the Executive Director at the World Bank, Washington, D.C., contributing significantly in the areas of international economic relationships and financial policy. As Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Sri Nagaraju is presently guiding policy initiatives relating to banking, insurance, financial inclusion, institutional reforms, digital financial ecosystem, and strengthening of India's financial sector architecture. May I respectfully invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri M. Nagaraju, IAS, along with Padma Bhushan, V.K. Shungla, and Dr. K.P. Krishnan to kindly come on stage for the formal unveiling ceremony. Everyone, please put your hands together as our honorable dignitaries grace the dais. I also request Mr. Girish Sharan Sinhaji to do the honors, to join for the honors.
Every
Can we
sunrise
request the
is
dignitaries
a drop
to be little
of
on
possibility.
both the sides of the stage? Thank you.
Every nation but a journey. When structured with intelligence, every sunrise is a drop of possibility. Progress is not a destination, but a journey. When structured with intelligence and gives enterprises the wings to soar.
Journey of transformation, trust, and forward momentum. Thank you all the dignitaries for doing the honors. And now, with esteemed pride, privilege, pleasure, I would like to request our honorable chief guest to kindly grace the dais and address the gathering. Sri M. Nagaraju, IAS. Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. A warm welcome on the stage, sir.
Dr. K.P. Krishnan, Chairman ASREC, Dr. V.K. Shunglu, distinguished civil servant and former Chairman of ASREC, my colleagues from the banking sector, MD Bank of India Rajneesh Karnatik and MD Union Bank of India, Union Bank, Mr. Ashish Pandey, and my colleagues from Neelam from my DFS and all other friends. At the outset, let me express my delight as well as congratulations and also my gratefulness to ASREC for inviting me for unveiling of the logo and also giving me a chance to speak to all of you. For the last 2 decades, ASREC, as one of the earliest RBI-registered ARCs, played a very pivotal role in India's financial ecosystem. In fact, it is at the forefront of securitization and reconstruction of financial assets. That way, it led the way to other private sector-led ARCs in the country. By acquiring non-performing assets from banks and financial institutions and guiding them toward resolution, ASREC has earned the confidence of the financial system through its mission of speedy resolution and rehabilitation of NPAs through innovative strategies. I'm also glad Dr. K.P. Krishnan has mentioned, now that I have spent some time in the financial sector, given the India's financial ecosystem, it is always advantage to the country to have one player in each sub-segments to ensure balance, to ensure transparency, and also the better value for whatever we are doing. Given the Indian ecosystem, when government is not present in anywhere, we have seen how the national interest or public interest is shortchanged. We need to be present. And that way, ASREC has done pioneering work in the last 2 decades. And I'm very glad that it has now met the net owned funds of RBI requirement for 300 crores. And with this net owned funds, ASREC should be able to perform much better in the coming days. So congratulations to the entire board, led by Dr. K.P. Krishnan and all the board members for continuously pursuing and finally got it done. And also I also thank my all 3, LIC and Union Bank and Bank of India, for readily agreeing and doing it. I actually also don't see there is no conflict of interest. In fact, it's the advantage of the banks. As the public share, banks represent the government banks especially. You also represent the government, you also represent society. It's when the asset is resolved and you have the confidence it is resolved actually fairly, transparently, and you got the best value for the failed asset. That confidence we don't get from the private sector. We keep hearing murmurs in this sector, how some of the ARCs play and gain advantage in the market. Now, when it comes to resolution of financial distress, ARCs play a vital role in India's financial system by enabling banks and financial institutions to manage NPAs. By acquiring stressed loans, ARCs in fact help banks to clean up their balance sheets and to concentrate on fresh lending. This strengthens liquidity, supports economic growth, and enhances overall financial stability. ARCs also provide flexible mechanism for resolution and recovery, which includes but not limited to debt restructuring, enforcement of security interests, and debt to equity conversion. Their presence complements IBC, offering an alternative and often faster route to resolving distressed assets. However, I am also aware ARCs face multiple hurdles in acquiring and resolving NPAs. Limited capital often restricts their ability to buy large volumes of stressed assets, especially when banks demand higher prices. Regulatory overlaps between the SARFAESI Act and RBI guidelines vis-a-vis the IBC create delays and confusion. Legal challenges, including prolonged court cases, borrower resistance further slow recovery. Additionally, valuation mismatches between the banks and ARCs also reduce transactions as banks hesitate to sell at steep discounts. Recognizing these constraints and challenges, the government as well as RBI have taken several measures to strengthen ARCs. FDA norms were liberalized to permit 100% FDI in ARCs through automatic route. In addition, foreign portfolio investors have been allowed to invest up to 100% of each tranche in security receipts issued by ARCs, broadening the investor base for security receipts. Tax incentives, including pass-through benefits for ARC trusts and reduced TDS, have eased the tax burden on investors. At the same time, governance norms have been strengthened with enhanced disclosure requirements and fit and proper criteria for sponsors to ensure transparency and accountability. RBI has streamlined operational guidelines and empowered ARCs to act as resolution applicants under IBC framework. ARCs also play a pivotal role under IBC. They may act as a financial creditors or as resolution applicants, depending on the situation. As financial creditors, they safeguard the interests of lenders. As resolution applicants, they breathe new life into struggling enterprises. By taking on the burden of non-performing assets, ARCs help banks regain strength and businesses rediscover hope. They are not just financial entities. They are catalysts of renewal, ensuring that distressed assets are transformed into engines of growth. In this way, ARCs embody the spirit of IBC, value maximization of stressed enterprises. Recent amendments to IBC have further refined and sharpened the resolution framework by emphasizing timeliness in admission, resolution, and liquidation, while also strengthening creditor protections. Alongside procedural clarity, the reforms have introduced corporate insolvency interim resolution process as a streamlined mechanism for early intervention, ensuring quicker outcomes and reduced delays. These amendments have also introduced group insolvency framework, enabling coordinated resolution of interconnected corporate entities to avoid fragmented results and better preserve enterprise value. In addition, the framework for cross-border insolvency has been introduced to deal with the resolution of corporate debtors having assets across jurisdictions. Together, these methods widen resolution pathways, make the process faster and more predictable, and these will also help enhance the effectiveness of ARCs, both as financial creditors and as prospective resolution applicants. Among ARCs, ASREC has distinguished itself as a pioneer. Its commitment to transparency, innovation, and timely resolution reflects professional excellence and a dedication to supporting economic growth and financial stability. ASREC's vision to be the ARC of choice for banks and financial institutions remains central to its work. I am actually particularly impressed with this work in the MSME. Few thousands of MSMEs were actually acquired, which is otherwise very tedious for the banks to resolve. The logo today we are unveiled is not just a design, it is a symbol of ASREC's journey and its vision and mission. As informed by Dr. K.P. Krishnan, the logo draws inspiration from sacred Bilva Patra, which is associated with Lord Shiva, which represents knowledge, decision-making, healing, rejuvenation, mirroring ASREC's role in the revival of stressed assets. The triangle in the logo signifies balance, reliability, and institutional strength. Together, they embody reconstruction, stability, protection, and sustainable growth. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the leadership and entire team of ASREC. I hope this emblem will serve as a beacon of excellence, reminding us of the organization's commitment to strengthening India's financial stability and supporting distressed enterprises. May this logo inspire ASREC to continue its mission with renewed energy and guide it towards greater achievements in the coming years ahead. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraju ji. Thank you for the insightful address. And can I request your presence once again on the stage? And I request Dr. Krishnan, Chairman, ASREC India Limited, to present the memento to Shri M. Nagaraju ji as a token of respect and gratitude for honoring our occasion. So please remain on stage. We shall now proceed with the presentation of mementos and allotment letter to distinguished dignitaries and institutional representatives by Sri M. Nagaraju ji. I also request Mr. Girish S. Sinha, MD and CEO, Astrec India, to grace the dais and present mementos to the shareholders. So everybody, a round of applause for Sri Ashish Pandey, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India. We request you to kindly step up the stage and receive this allotment letter from the chief guest of our event and the memento from Mr. Girish S. Sinha. Congratulations. Can I request now Mr. Rajneesh Karnatak, Managing Director and CEO, Bank of India, to receive the allotment letter from Sri M. Nagaraju ji and the memento from Mr. Girish S. Sinha. A hearty congratulations, sir. Can I request now Ms. Sudha Srinivasan Iyer from LIC to receive the allotment letter and memento. Can we hear a round of applause? It's a very proud moment, a very historic moment, and we are fortunate to have such eminent dignitaries on the stage doing the honors. A hearty congratulations, Sudhaji. May I request Sri Ajay Agarwal, FGM, New Delhi, and Sri Sanjeev Kumar, DGM, SAM, New Delhi, from Indian Bank to step on the dais and receive the allotment letter from Sri M. Nagaraju and memento from Mr. Girish S. Sinha. No. So, former directors, yeah. So now, I request Sri M. Nagaraju ji to present the allotment letter to former directors. Padma Bhushan V.K. Shunglu, IAS retired, former Comptroller and Auditor General of India and former Chairman. Yeah, for the mementos. Can I request Professor Dr. N.L. Mitra, ex-Vice Chancellor, National Law University of Jodhpur and former Director of Astrec India Limited, to step up on the stage to receive the memento? A hearty congratulations, sir. Can I request now Sri Mukund Manohar Chitale, former President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and former Director of Astrec India Limited, to step up on the dais to receive the memento? Now it's a time for presentation of memento to current directors by Sri M. Nagaraju to the following. Dr. K.P. Krishnan, the Chairman. To receive the memento. What a lovely moment. So now I request Sri Girish Sharan Sinha, MD and CEO to receive the honors from our chief guest. Shri BP Vijendra, Independent Director, kindly step up the dais to receive this honors of receiving the memento from our chief guest. Shri A.B. Vijay Kumar, Independent Director, to kindly step up the stage. So we have Padma Bhushan V.K. Shunglu ji for receiving the memento from our chief guest. Can I request Shri B.P. Vijendra, Independent Director, to kindly step up on the stage for the honors? So, A.B. Vijay Kumar for, okay. So, can I request Ms. V.N. Maya, Nominee Director, Indian Bank, to step up to receive the memento? A round of applause from everybody really motivates the spirits and soars a spirit of engagement, encouragement for people who are coming for this proud moment to receive the mementos. Congratulations, madam. Now we request Ms. Malika Prasad, the nominee director, LIC, to step up the stage to receive the memento from the chief guest. Congratulations. So now it's a time for photo sessions, and as I call upon, kindly step up the stage. Can we request for the plug cards for the photo? For the plug cards? So we shall now begin the official photo sessions in the following sequence. So we request Chairman, Chief Guest, and MD with shareholders to get the picture click. Can I request the shareholders to step up the stage for the picture? Can I request all the shareholders to kindly step up the stage for where's the plug card? Can we have plug cards? No? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Can we, in the next sequence, can we request the former board members to step up on the stage for the photo op? No, you have. The picture has to be. So it's a photo op with the chairman, with the chief guest, and of course, as I am inviting the group on the stage. Can we request now the current board members to step up on the stage to get a picture with Chairman, Chief Guest, and MD? Thank you. Now we request the management team to step up on the stage to get the picture clicked. The management team of Astrec. Sagar. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Girish.
No. She is a professional who is helping Astrec do this.
No, sir. It's
You want somebody else?
Thank you so much, and it's my esteemed honor that Astrec has chosen me to host this momentous occasion, the most special event, the logo launch of Astrec. Thank you so much, sir. Kindly take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, art has the unique ability to transform ideas into emotion, memory, and storytelling. We now invite you to witness a special sand art presentation that beautifully captures the journey, spirit, and evolving vision of Astrec. Please enjoy this presentation by an eminent artist, Kantrisa. Kantrisa is a renowned sand artist from Hyderabad, known for his live sand art performances and visual storytelling at various government, institutional, and corporate events across India. Everybody, please put your hands together as we invite this eminent artist to showcase a brilliant way for the logo.
Thank you so much. My name is Kantrisa. I am going to perform sand art. It's a very beautiful and enchanting medium. And I am going to narrate a story which we all know already, but in a different light. So, music. Life is beautiful. Today we all present here. There is one thing in common. We all breathe. If it is a fact and truth, clap. And there is one more mystery behind. This is our common beginning as well. So without our parents, we cannot be here. So remember our parents and clap for them. So there is one old saying that the moment we start breathing, life becomes transactional. So every second there is transaction happening. And in that transaction, many things happen. Etc. And this boy asked the mother, what is life? And the exploration begins. We all learn, travel, seek knowledge, and explore to understand something, to experience something inexplicable. And again it is all transaction. And man dreams. To build something great, to do something back to the world. But another old saying that says that as man dreams, situation conspires. And sometimes his dream shatters and he experiences a kind of distress. Now, he seeks help, he needs hope. and he awaits. So Asrek comes into picture to give hope to those business people so that they can start living their life again. I am a layman, I have no much knowledge about economy, but I have also read few aspects about economy yesterday. In one or two lines, I'll just express what exactly we do. Stressed assets to recoverable financial opportunities and strategic financial restructuring solutions. So this is the bridge between the two. So today is quite auspicious day for many reasons. From thousands of years, man looked at this nature with awe and wonder, and he tried to understand the significance of this mysterious nature, and he unraveled many mysteries in his deep meditations. He is one of us. Then he found the significance of life in Bilvapatra. As distinguished dignitaries expressed the significance of Bilvapatra, this is and this triangle represents the three important aspects of life, whether it is creation, preservation and destruction, or the past, present and future are the body, mind, and the soul. Last minute. If yes, clap. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
What an impactful presentation. Can we request a huge round of applause for this skilled artisan who portrayed the logo so beautifully. The Bilba Patra symbolizes decision-making, action, and knowledge, values that align deeply with ASREC's role in revitalizing stressed assets and enabling institutional renewal. The triangle represents strength, reliability, stability, and purposefulness, qualities that define ASREC's unwavering commitment towards India's banking and financial ecosystem. Together, they embody ASREC's mission, Uttam Bhavishyasya Krite Nirmanam, reconstructing for a better future. This identity beautifully reflects ASREC's journey of resilience, transformation, trust, and forward momentum. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. Can I request the sand artist to kindly step up on the stage, Mr. Kantrisya? Can we request the Managing Director to kindly present the memento for his beautiful contribution in today's logo launch ceremony? Uttam Bhavishyasya Krite Nirmanam, reconstructing for a better future. As we approach the conclusion of this formal ceremony, may I now invite Mr. Angad Kumar Roy to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Angad Kumar Roy, FCA, is the Chief Financial Officer of ASREC India Limited and one of the long-serving employees of the company. He has experience in financial management, audit, taxation, regulatory compliance, and governance within the financial services and asset reconstruction sector. All yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Respected Honorable Chief Guest, Sri M. Nagaraju Sir, distinguished dignitaries on and off the side of the dais, respected shareholders, former board members, current board members, representative of banks and financial institutions, member of media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of ASREC India Limited on this memorable occasion of the formal launch of the logo. At the very beginning, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri M. Nagaraju Sir, for gracing his occasion with his esteemed presence and for unveiling the new identity of ASREC. Sir, your inspiring address and continued guidance to the financial sector are truly valuable for institutions like ours. I also sincere thanks Mrs. Neelam Agrawal, Director, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, for her gracious presence and encouragement. I would like to further place on record our sincere gratitude to our esteemed shareholder institution and their representatives, Sri Ashish Pandey, Managing Director and CEO, Union Bank of India, Sri Rajneesh Karnatak, Managing Director and CEO, Bank of India, Mrs. Sudha Srinivasan Iyer, representing LIC, and Sri Ajay Agrawal, FGM, and Sri Sanjeev Kumar, DGM from Indian Bank, for their continuing support, confidence, and institutional guidance extended to our SREC. Their valuable support has played a significant role in enabling the company to achieve the enhanced own fund requirement as prescribed by RBI, while also strengthening SREC's capital base, governance framework, and long-term institutional growth. We are deeply honored by the presence and guidance of Sri Chairman Dr. Sri K.P. Krishnan sir, whose leadership and ownership, vision and policy insight continue to guide the company. Our sincere gratitude also to the Padma Bhushan Sri V.K. Shunglu sir, former chairman of SREC, for his inspiring words and invaluable contribution, guidance and leadership in shaping and strengthening the company over the decade. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. N. L. Mitra sir, eminent academician and former director of SREC, and Sri Mukund Manohar Chitle sir, former president of ICI, former director of SREC India Limited, for their gracious presence, continued guidance, and valuable contribution towards the growth and governance of the company. I extend my sincere thanks to Sri Girishran Sinha, Managing Director and CEO, for his leadership and continued effort towards strengthening the company's growth, governance, and institutional vision. My sincere appreciation to our present board member, auditors, media representative, and all esteemed guests for joining us today and making this occasion truly memorable. A special words of thanks also to Shefali Saxena for beautifully conducting today's program with great professionalism, warmth, and energy. I would like to acknowledge the effort of the organizing team, employees, event partner, technical team, artists, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scene for the successful conduct of today's program. As said, today's logo launch symbolizes not merely a new visual identity, but SREC's continuing commitment towards professionalism, transparency, institutional governance, and the construction for the better future. With this word, I once again thank each one of you for your gracious presence and support. Wishing you all pleasant afternoon ahead. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. Angad Kumar Roy, for such a heartwarming vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the formal ceremony of the SREC logo launch. Thank you for your gracious presence and participation in this landmark occasion. And on behalf of SREC India Limited, we invite all our esteemed guests to join us for networking lunch at Illier Hall. It's been an honor hosting this prestigious gathering for all of you. This is Shefali Saxena, a protocol anchor and an award-winning indie artist, thanking you all and wishing you a great afternoon, a great day, and a great life ahead. Namaskar.